Welcome to my latest case, Danger on Deception Island. To learn how to play, choose Gameplay Overview. When you're ready to start the game, choose either Junior or Senior Detective.
You best believe that we are going to be choosing Junior Detective. I don't know anybody who can do Senior Detective, and that's a fact.
Dear Ned, here I am on a ferry bound for Deception Island, one of the San Juan Islands off the coast of Washington State. George's friend, Katie Firestone, is expecting me. Katie's a marine biologist who's doing research into deep water parasitic growth. She also owns a whale watching boat and takes tours out practically every day. I should be excited, but for some reason I feel on edge, like something's out of whack. Maybe it's because George and Bess arranged this little vacation for me, and sometimes their plans don't work out so well. Or maybe it's because we're about to dock at a place called Snake Horse Harbor. Kind of a creepy name for a town, don't you think? Or maybe it's because I haven't been on vacation for so long that I've forgotten how to relax. Anyway, we're here. It's not raining, but it's not sunny either. It's just kind of gray. Maybe that's why I feel so strange. Ever yours, Nancy. Katie?
Hi, you must be Nancy. I'm Katie Firestone. Come on, I'll take you down to the boat.
No reason to yell.
Great timing, huh? I just got back from getting some groceries. George could not have picked a better time to arrange for you to come out here. Just last week, this orca showed up in the channel, and now it... Oh my gosh, what happened? Someone tore the place apart. The engine's a mess, parts are missing, others are damaged. Why would somebody do this?
That is so much better. She was screaming.
Do you have any idea who did this?
No. Look, you're on vacation. Just go relax. Or bike into town, or take my kayak out. It's at the end of the dock. Just always wear your life jacket. And don't go past the channel markers. And if the fog starts coming in, head to shore fast. The fog we get around here is as thick as cotton. And never go out without a GPS. That's a global positioning system. Mine's somewhere around here. Anyway, your bunk's the empty one below. Why don't you go unpack? Need any help?
Nope, I'm all unpacked.
Remember to relax, but also remember that you are mortal and you can die in many different ways.
Wonder what's in here.
Looks like a block of ice. Tattler. Giant roach pound in man's bathtub. What? I don't know if that says pound. Glyphs hold key to evidence. Cool horse shirt. And is this foreshadowing, I see? Or did this game already happen? I don't know. There's her business card. Town meeting to discuss orca. All right. Cute dogs. Oh wait, Moon Lake. We know them. Washboat. Oh, it must be the 17th. Uncle Bob's B-Day? No way.
Ah, my trusty laptop. Good thing I recharged my batteries.
Batteries?
Ah, my brand new anagram buster. If I come across letters that need unscrambling, I'll be all set.
And that's damn near the only program we have on this thing. Oh, this must be my to-do list. Wow. Andy Jason, huh? Owner, operator. Guy with weird face. Orca stirs up trouble. What did it do? $1,000 in early 2000s money? Damn. People in the fishing industry who were at the town meeting when the announcement was made were outraged. They claim that the orca often approaches boats on its own, and that the only way to avoid accidental encounters is to make a costly detour around the island. Well, does it cost more than $1,000? Burglaries. A burgle occurred at the Blue Dew Outfitter shop. The sheriff's department is unable to say exactly when the burglary occurred. The only reason they called us was because one of their employees noticed that a lot of stuff that was in the storage room in the morning was gone when they were getting ready to close, said Sheriff Guy Dysart. Dysart? Yeah. There were no broken windows, no jimmy locks, no splintered doors, nothing to indicate the place had been broken into. Then how did you know? All right, that's enough reading. Thank God I read my own journal to remember this. Excuse me, ma'am, you said to call. I called.
It looks like whoever damaged your engine did something to your faucet, too.
It'd be great if you could fix it. The pipes are in the cabinet under the sink.
At least the person who messed up the faucet left all the pipes here. I hope.
Oh, I hope too, Nancy Drew.
That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there.
Ma'am,
That doesn't go there.
control yourself.
That doesn't go there.
I think I know that.
That looks right.
Well, thank you for some positivity.
That looks right.
And now we're on a roll.
That doesn't go there.
Okay.
That looks right. That looks right.
All fixed. I'll turn the water back on.
There was something under the pipes.
Andy Jason's card. There we go. This time I know not to make a horrible sandwich, so...
It won't be much of a sandwich if I don't put something in it.
Fine. We're gonna save, though. Yeah, that's fine. Let's make a peanut butter and jellyfish specimen sandwich.
Oh, suddenly I don't feel so good.
I wonder why.
You gave yourself food poisoning?
All I know is I made myself a sandwich and it didn't agree with me.
The ideal sandwich is a visually pleasing combination of high-quality carbohydrates and protein. Just keep it simple and you can't go wrong. Chef Sherwood says...
Sorry, guys. Gotta go.
Oh my goodness. Fine, we'll just make a regular peanut butter. You know, we'll experiment a little. What if without jellyfish? Okay, that's fine. That's her new go-to sandwich. Peanut butter and tomato sandwiches. No, peanut butter and jelly tomato sandwiches.
Okay if I use your microscope? Sure, go ahead.
Onion skin. Wow. Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Too cool. Awesome.
Somehow I don't believe her.
Apparently our saboteur took all the books out of the drawer up here. Must have been looking for something. Want me to put them away? If you could put them back in the drawer for me, that would be awesome.
Oh no. They're gonna have some crazy way of doing this, aren't they?
Okay, what's the best way to get all of these in here with no space left over?
Oh god, I'm terrible at this. Okay. Let's first work with all of the vertically standing tomes. Not quite. Hmm. Oh my god, do I almost have it? Did I get it? Holy shit! Wow, that's incredible. I'm so bad at those. I am pulling this whole boat back together. Wait, look at this.
It won't be much of a sandwich if I don't put something in it.
Fine. You can have a tomato ketchup sandwich. She just really likes tomatoes.
You know, Nancy, for what it's worth, I shot my mouth off pretty good at the town meeting last night.
Good for her. I like a girl who isn't afraid to speak her mind.
You think that could be why somebody did this to your boat?
I did get pretty obnoxious. See, the thing is, this orca, this killer whale, showed up in the channel about a week ago and has been hanging around here ever since all by itself. She was getting way too close to boats, so I called the National Marines Fisheries Service. They made some recordings and did some tests and are analyzing them. In the meantime, they ordered all boats to stay at least 300 feet away from her or risk paying a $1,000 fine. That's what the meeting last night was about.
And for some reason, everyone is mad about it.
Some people don't like that idea?
The people that fish for a living sure don't. They're steering clear of the whale by taking the long way around the island to get out to sea, which costs them time and fuel. Some people say she should be captured and towed out to sea.
I guess I can kind of see their point.
And what do you say?
I agree with the no-boat zone. I also think that if she's found to be sick, she should be shipped to a research facility for treatment, not returned to her pod. I said as much last night, only much more strongly.
Who's Andy Jason?
Andy does whale watching tours too. If I had $1 for every time he's come here trying to talk me into selling out to him, I wouldn't be fixing this engine. I'd be buying a new one.
I thought he was labeled as an owner as well.
Do you want me to call the sheriff for you?
Actually, I'd rather not get the sheriff involved. The insurance company would raise my rates, and I just can't afford that. Besides, I've got my very own private detective now. You.
Cost efficient, I suppose.
See you in a bit.
Be careful out there.
All right, feeling good. I've completed 2 puzzles now. I haven't even left the boat.
Uh-oh. Katie's GPS doesn't look so hot.
Of course.
I'd better tell Katie her GPS is broken.
Stop
This note
meddling.
wasn't here before, was it?
No, whoever messed up my boat must have written it.
Got bad news, Katie.
What's up?
I'm afraid whoever tore up your boat also wrecked your GPS device.
Oh no. It'd be a shame for you not to go kayaking. I know. Bike to the Hot Kettle Cafe and see if Holt Scotto will let you borrow a GPS from him.
See you in a bit.
Have fun.
Alrighty. Honk. Oh, safety first. That's where we are. Let's go to the cafe. Holt Scotto. Books.
Book on sea monsters. Very cool.
Hope we see Nessie. Caddy. Someone left a postcard there?
Hang on, I'll be right with you.
Actually, I'm looking for someone named Holt Scotto.
So what do you want? I'm Holt Scotto.
I'm Nancy Drew. I'm visiting Katie Firestone.
Well now, why would you want to do a thing like that?
Call myself Nancy Drew or visit Katie Firestone.
Well, you're not one of them save the whale and to heck with everybody else crusader types like she is, are you?
Is that what you think Katie is?
Her true colors came out real clear last night. Us fishermen don't count. All that matters is rescuing that poor, precious orca out there. To heck with people trying to make a living. Of course, is the way she makes her living being hurt by that whale? Why, no. Her business is booming. Now, ain't that the oddest thing?
Her boat was ransacked this morning.
She ticked off a lot of people last night. That's what she gets for being so meddlesome. Anyway, welcome to Snake Horse Harbor, home of Cadborosaurus. That's how this place got its name, you know.
All right, suspect number one.
Really?
Well, that's the sea monster Native Americans used to see out in the channel ever so often. Called it the snake horse. Had the head of a horse and the body of a giant snake. People on Vancouver Island started calling it Cadborosaurus after it or one of its relatives was seen a couple of times in Cadbora Bay. They call it Caddy for short.
Is it a friendly sea monster?
Back in the late 1800s, he took the rap for a lot of hoodoo around here. Fog would roll in at night, and men would just vanish. It was the snake horse, people would say. Little did they know.
So it wasn't the snake horse?
Well, they'd been shanghaied. See, a bunch of establishments in town had secret panels built right into the walls. Guy'd be having a drink one minute, and next minute he'd be clobbered over the head, whisked into a secret passageway, and taken out to a ship waiting in the harbor. He'd wake up on the high seas and discover that if he wanted to survive, he'd better do what the captain ordered. No matter what he was before, he was now a sailor. It was a cheap way for captains to get crews back then, and an easy way for some of the town's citizens to make money.
Against their will. Damn, dude, that's brutal. I can see why it's called Deception Island now.
Whoever trashed Katie's boat also ruined her GPS.
Oh, now that's a shame.
Thing is, I'd like to go kayaking while I'm here. Only I can't without a GPS.
Oh, now that really is a shame. Tell you what, I got a spare right here in my duffel. You know what else I got in my duffel?
I don't want to know.
I have no idea.
This is a little seamanship quiz I whipped up. I'm thinking about making people pass it before they're allowed to rent any kind of watercraft once I become harbor master. Here. The idea is to cut down on having to rescue people who got no business being out on the water in the first place. Trouble is, nobody's actually taken it yet. I need a guinea pig.
And that would be me?
If you pass the quiz, the GPS is yours. You'll need that container for the last question.
Did you say you were a fisherman?
4th generation. I've fished every ocean for just about every fish you can make money fishing for. Lived here for the last 11 years.
How often do you go fishing?
Every day. Only reason I'm not out there right now is because I've been in and out of campaign meetings since 8 this morning.
You're running for office?
I think it's high time people around here started doing what makes sense, instead of doing what's politically correct all the time. Harbor master we got now bends over backwards so far for the environmentalist, it's a wonder he can still walk upright.
Wow. This feels shockingly modern.
See you around.
Watch out for Caddy.
So I get real bad vibes from him. An interesting fella. I want to go to Whale World, and I didn't put on my helmet. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. I suffered the consequences immediately. May I have a second chance, please? I will not forget my helmet this time. And I'll also be saving. Thank you for the lesson. Oh, it's this dude.
Hi there. Welcome. What can I do you for?
Are you Andy Jason?
That's me. How'd you know?
The hair, honestly.
I'm Nancy Drew. I'm a friend of Katie Firestone's. I saw your business card on her boat.
Nice to meet you, Nancy. Any friend of Katie's is a friend of mine.
So you consider yourself to be a friend of Katie's?
I like to think we're friends, or that we could be friends if she'd just be reasonable.
You mean if she'd just accept your offer?
I'm offering her the deal of a lifetime. She'd make more money, she'd have more free time. I mean, look at this place. I run a first-class operation. It's my mission to see that everyone who comes to Snake Horse Harbor leaves with a greater appreciation for marine mammals. And if I make a buck in the process, that's cool too.
Why do you want to buy Katie out? She can't be taking that many customers away from you.
I don't like her taking any customers away from me. And frankly, with this whale doing its orphan thing out there, I'm losing a lot of customers to her.
Isn't the whale just as good for your business as it is for hers?
Katie convinced the fisheries service that she should be allowed to monitor the orca's condition, which means she can get right up next to the whale while my boat has to stay away.
Katie takes passengers with her when she checks on the whale?
Paying passengers, as many as she can safely fit.
That's a bit of a double standard, I guess.
What do you think should be done with the orca out there?
Nothing. I think people should just leave it alone. I mean, why do we humans always think we know best? We can barely deal with ourselves, let alone a whole other species.
Amen, brother.
Someone ransacked Katie's boat while she was in town this morning. Made a real mess.
Wonder if it's related to those burglaries.
What burglaries?
A bunch of stuff was stolen from 2 shops earlier this week. Food, tools, clothing, electronics. There was no sign of forced entry, no trace of who did it. Sheriff's still scratching his head.
Whoever ransacked Katie's boat tore a bunch of parts out of her engine. It's like they wanted to make sure she couldn't go anywhere for a while.
That's too bad.
In a way, it's kind of good. I mean, for you at least.
Very true. As long as her boat's out of commission, I'll get all her customers.
I'm glad we can agree.
Thanks for your time.
Whales rule!
Hell yeah, dude. But I don't know how I feel about him either.
Wow, that's a beauty.
It's kind of a fun place. Wow.
Miss, please don't touch that.
Fair enough. Why you have them so open and touchable then? Damn, that's kind of cool. They record nicks and scars on the dorsal fins of orcas to keep track of them. Oh, I guess male fins are taller. I learned something, and I didn't hate it. Whee! They're killing it. Get it? Whoa. Damn. They got huge brains. I guess that makes sense. Oh. So orcas aren't smooth-brained. They have some things going on in that head. Unlike me. But, sir, I don't have
Looks
a
like I
card.
need a key card to play.
To play? I want to play. Wow. Orca whales are divers. I'd go to this place. This place is cute. Oh. Interesting. That looks a lot like an orca whale, but you're telling me it's not? There's the gray whale. Herb. It sounded like my stomach. Oh, I need a card. Sir?
Hi, Nancy.
I'd like to play the games in your center, but it looks like I need some kind of key card.
Here you go. This will activate all the games. It will also keep track of what games you've won. And it'll let you play all the games as many times as you want.
Hell yes.
That boat in a bottle you have is fascinating.
It was made by one of the first non-Native Americans to settle here, a guy named Benjamin Hawkins. I bought it from this lady who kinda went bonkers after her husband died.
Was Benjamin Hawkins a sailor?
This historian who was in here once said he was pretty sure that was a model of a pirate ship. So now I tell people Hawkins was a pirate, but like most of the settlers around here, he was probably just a farmer.
Thanks for your time.
Have a good one.
Telling tall tales. This is really cool, by the way. Oh no! A pod of whales is trapped in the inlet. Swim to freedom! Use this quiz to help them swim to open water. Each correct answer moves them closer to freedom, but get 3 wrong and you'll have to start over. I know nothing, so... Oh my gosh. Megaptera Nova Angeline is the scientific name for the gray whale. Oh, nope. Which one could swim fastest? With no knowledge, I'm going to assume orca. Nope. Okay. Sea mammals, including dolphins and killer whales, have been trained by the military because they are extremely intelligent. I do think I know this one for real. Yes. Orcas are called killer whales because they cause more injuries to people every year than sharks do. They are killed by whalers more than any other whale. Oh. They kill and eat other whales. Their black and white markings make them look very handsome. What a cute false answer. I'm going to assume this top one, though. Oh, crap. How many blowholes do baleen whales have? 2? 1? What if it's none? No. No. Minke whales have dorsal fins shaped like, I think they said sickle. See, I did read that and it paid off. The diet of baleen whales consists mostly of... What if it's small fish and plankton? Hey. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll do better next time.
You know what, Nancy? I will do better next time. Is this just the quiz again? Never a dull moment. Dolly the doll's porpoise must do certain things to survive, like eat, breathe, and avoid her enemies. Use your keyboard arrows to make sure she eats, doesn't run out of air, and avoids the dangers forever lurking in the ocean. Like, for real, they want me to use... Oh, yeah. Oh, this isn't so bad. Oh, I can eat that too. Okay. I guess I don't have to be so timid. Should probably breathe, though. Torpedoes?
Uh-oh.
The little egg's eyes. Can I eat those? Yeah, okay. How long do you think it goes for? no. Uh-oh. I won. Okay. We got one. Don't worry, I'm gonna learn about these whales, but first I want to see what this is about.
Throughout the center, you've been able to hear the sounds different cetaceans make. To see just how good your memory is, press a button, listen to the sound that plays, then press the button of the cetacean that made the sound. If you've made a correct match, the button lights will stay on. When all the buttons are lit, you've matched them all.
That was the gray whale. I think without knowing, because I don't remember if we press this button. I think that's a humpback. Wasn't that the minky? Yeah. That was the killer, right? Oh, that's an interesting one. All right. Ooh, and I definitely want to spin
I'll
the wheel.
need to win all the games first.
That makes sense. I'm just impatient. Humpback whale. Humpback whale. Oh, that's the one for that first question. Averages about 43 feet in length and can weigh from 25 to 35 tons. It has very large flippers. Megaptera means huge wings, but a very small dorsal fin. Like all baleen whales, it has 2 blowholes. Humpbacks have 2 blowholes, huh? When it exhales after a dive, its spray can rise 10 to 13 feet. When diving, it humps its back distinctively. That would make sense why it's called that then. Humpback. What does the common name humpback refer to? The small fatty dorsal fin near the back of the whale gives the appearance of a small hump. This hump is further exaggerated when the whale dives, as its tail bends at a sharp angle. For these reasons, whalers called it the humpback. Seems logical. Dall's porpoise. Dall's porpoise has a small head and a stocky, muscular body. It is 6 to 8 feet long and weighs up to 400 pounds. It is the fastest swimmer among the cetaceans? I really don't know. Reaching speeds up to 35 miles per hour. The V-shaped forward-facing splash, or rooster tail, which it creates when swimming full speed, helps observers identify it. V-shaped, huh? All right, rooster tail, Dall's porpoise. Remember that, everyone. Cold facts. Dall's porpoises appear to prefer deep, cold waters and are found only in the Pacific Ocean in the northern hemisphere. They are rarely found in the northern extremes of their range during the summer months. All right. That looks fun. We will be coming back to that. But now I'm on my learning journey. Minke whale is the smallest baleen whale. Oh wait. Balanoptera acutorostrata, whatever, is the smallest baleen whale, averaging 25 to 30 feet in length and weighing about 6 to 7.5 tons. It has a narrow, sharply pointed snout and a sickle-shaped dorsal fin. Because it starts to exhale before it reaches the surface, its spout is relatively low, rising only about 6 feet in the air. Wow. Think mink. Oh, I've been saying minky. Now I think it's mink. The mink whale is a sleek, torpedo-shaped whale capable of swimming at high speeds. The common name, mink, is a reference to a Norwegian whaler, Meineke. Isn't that Meineke? who thought the mink whales he saw were actually its much larger cousins, blue whales. I could see why. We read, but I did not retain. So, orca whale, Orcanis orca, is among the largest predators of mammals in existence. It is actually a type of dolphin, but because of its size, it is referred to as a whale. It got its name from whalers who called it whale killer after seeing them kill and eat other whales. The two words eventually got switched around to killer whale. Gross. Orca family life. Orcas live in a social group called pods. Pods vary in size from 5 to 30. Females dominate the pod, and maternal groups form subpods within the pod, with mothers, daughters, sisters, and cousins traveling together. Members of a pod use the same vocalization system or dialect to communicate. These dialects are so distinctive that scientists can often use them to identify the pod to which an individual orca belongs. In contrast, baleen whales tend to be found singly or in loosely singly. I got it now. Or in loosely formed groups. Okay. Gray whale. Estricitus robustus is a baleen whale with a dark skin covered with gray patches and white mottling. About 45 feet long and weighing from 30 to 40 tons, it has no dorsal fin. It feeds on tiny crustaceans and tube worms found on the ocean floor. It makes one of the longest migrations of all the whales. Okay. Gray matter. Nice pun. The gray whale gets its name from the blotchy color present on its skin. This pattern is somewhat present at birth, but most of it is caused by barnacles that grow on its skin. Areas on the skin where barnacles have been will become depigmented and turn a dull gray color. Interesting. I'm digging this music. Very zen. Okay, I hope I can do this. We'll see how much I retained. Alright, the threats of baleen whales commonly seen around Deception Island are always... Okay, so apparently I did not learn everything. But what if we said grooved? We'd be correct. An example of a baleen whale is the... What if they all were? They were. Okay. Toothed whales do not possess external ears, vocal cords, a sense of smell. What if it's all of the above again? Wow. Individual orcas are often identified by the markings on their dorsal fins. I did know that one. A baleen whale consumes food by attacking and eating other whales, sucking small fish in through its blowhole, straining great mouthfuls of water and fish, using its tail to sun its prey before chewing it up. I think maybe this. I did it. I got all of them right, even though I feel like all of the information I studied was not on the test. It worked out though, so woo! Feeding Frenzy, that must be the other game that I saw. This is such a fun soundtrack. Feel pumped. The whales are hungry. When they surface, give them a fish. The more you feed them and the time provided, the higher you score. How do I feed them?
Yum! Yum!
Oh.
Yum! 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 Yum!
Damn it.
Yum! 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 Yum!
Dang it. Is that good enough? What do you want? No, that's good enough. Let's see what I get. Woo!
I won the whale watching tour. All right.
That's actually pretty sick. Oh, Mr. Whaleman.
Hi, Nancy.
I won a free whale watching tour.
Well, congratulations. I'll give you an exclusive tour. Just be you and me.
I don't know how I feel about that, but all right.
I'm ready when you are.
Wow, right then and there, huh?
Thank you for the great tour and for letting me use your camera.
My pleasure.
All right.
Thanks for your time.
Drop by again.
Did that, I guess. Can't forget the helmet. They do know. They will say something.
Yuck. I'm not thinking hammer.
I wouldn't either, Nancy. That's reasonable.
Interesting.
There's a hole there.
These would be great for rock skipping.
Thank you. What do I need for my basket? Oh, that's what we're putting in the basket? So she'll pick up a crab, but not some fish. What is that? No critters to grab there. There's a message over
There's
there.
something in that bottle.
Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Nancy. Now I won't know what to do.
I've already got a crab.
Okay.
Where's S? Maybe this broke off from a ship.
A lot of debris around here. It's a sign, not a cop.
What do you think you're doing? Those signs over there say no trespassing, which means keep out, which means you, girlie.
Girly?
Leave.
But I just...
Now.
Okay. Time and time again, this game has been putting me in my place. That it? Is that all we could do here? I would check the background, but whatever. Don't forget the helmet.
What's up?
Sounds like Holt Scotto was one of the people who didn't care for what you had to say last night.
He and I never see eye to eye. Now, if I were a fisherman, I'd be right as rain no matter what nonsense came out of my mouth. Fine harbor master he'd make.
I found this piece of wood on the beach. There's something strange about it.
What do you mean? Let's see it. Ouch, those splinters are sharp. That is odd. It looks like it's been in the water a long time, but if that were the case, those edges would be dull. That looks like it broke off of something just recently.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Any idea where it came from?
Could be off a cargo ship, I guess. But you know who you should ask? Casey Porterfield. He works at the Maritime Library in Port Townsend. You should give him a call. His number's 360-555-3095. He loves checking out stuff like this.
I hope Nancy saved that to her phone because I'm not going to remember that.
I saw a boat in a bottle at Andy Jason's place. He said it was made by a guy named Benjamin Hawkins.
As a matter of fact, I've done some research on Hawkins. He settled here in the mid-1800s, lived in a cabin where the lighthouse is now.
What else have you found out?
He apparently had a major feud going with some sea captain. Hawkins would see the guy's sail on the horizon, grab his family and all his valuables, and go into hiding for days.
What was the feud about?
Nobody knew. Rumor had it that the sea captain was an ex-pirate, which might explain why Hawkins hid. But where he hid is still a mystery.
See you in a bit.
Have fun. What's up?
See you in a bit.
I'll be right here.
For some reason, it didn't feel like that was all we had to say. Will Bess and George answer my call now? We'll call him first.
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, my name is Nancy Drew. Katie Firestone suggested I give you a call.
Katie who?
Katie Firestone?
Never heard of her.
Oh.
I know a marine biologist named Katie Firestone.
Yes, that's her. I'm staying with her here in Snake Horse Harbor.
Oh, well then what can I do for you?
I found this odd piece of wood on the beach.
What's so odd about it?
It's a piece of plywood, and it looks like it's been in the water a long time. Yet one end of it has very sharp splinters, like it broke off from the ship just recently.
How do you know it came from a ship?
Because it says SS on it. The rest of the name is missing.
Doesn't mean anything. Now if it said SS, which stands for steamship, that'd be different.
Actually, that is what it says.
Oh, well then it came from a ship. Or should I say, shipwreck? What kind of wood is it?
I don't know. Old?
I don't know. Old?
Sorry, for a second there, I thought you said old.
Actually, that is what I said.
You're about as much use as a beanie in a hurricane. Look, if you want me to tell you what shipwreck that wood came from, you're gonna have to tell me what kind of wood it is.
But I have no idea.
Well, you just get yourself a book on wood and figure it out. Maybe Katie has one. Soon as you do, call me back. I love checking out stuff like this.
But I don't like researching wood.
Hello?
Hey, Bess, it's me.
Hey, how's it going? Grab the phone. It's Nancy. While George picks up, I'm gonna turn down the heat under my roof.
Under your what?
Hey, Nance. So,
For
how's your vacation
gravy
going?
beginnings.
Fine, except for the fact that just before I arrived, someone vandalized Katie's boat.
What?
Don't worry, we're both fine. The engine of the boat was damaged, but Katie's working on it.
Why would somebody do something like that?
Uh-oh. I bet it's got something to do with that orphan killer whale.
You know about that?
Katie told us about the whale when we called to tell her you were on your way.
Someone vandalized Katie's boat because of a whale?
Because of Katie's opinion as to what to do with the whale, which she expressed very loudly in front of a lot of people last night.
Katie does have a mouth on her, especially when the subject is marine life.
Did they find any fingerprints?
Katie wouldn't let me call the sheriff.
Why not?
She said she was afraid her insurance company would raise her rates.
Well, she doesn't have much money, I can tell you that. Uh-oh. Bess, is that supposed to be smoking like that?
Oh no! Darn it!
Darn what?
My Rue. It's ruined. Oh no. She wrecked her Rue.
It's not funny, George.
Yes, it is, Bess.
What's a roux?
A carefully heated mixture of flour and butter. I was going to use it to thicken my gumbo.
Did you say gumbo?
Rock shrimp gumbo. It was Chef Sherwood's main dish last night.
She's hooked on this cooking show called Feasting for Fitness.
Let me guess, it's hosted by a guy, and he's very cute.
That happens to be true, but I watch it because I like his philosophy. Eat in moderation and eat only that which is made out of fresh ingredients and cooked with great skill, care, and judgment.
When did all this start?
2 days ago. Yesterday she cooked, or should I say ruined, crepes.
They weren't ruined. I mean, you could still eat parts of them. Anyway, I want to hear what you're doing, Nance.
I can't help but think it's a little weird that Katie didn't call the sheriff after her boat was vandalized.
You think she's trying to hide something?
I know she's your friend, George, but I just got the feeling she wasn't telling me everything.
Well, It's not like she's my best friend or anything. But what would she be hiding?
It is called Deception Island, and everybody here gives off weird vibes.
It's possible that she ransacked her own boat so she'd come off looking like a victim. You know, to make up for her less than sympathetic behavior last night.
So are you going to confront her?
I don't really have anything to confront her with.
Good, because as I recall, Katie doesn't do confrontation very well.
My gosh, George. Is there anything else Nancy should know about this so-called friend of yours?
Katie's fine. She just has a few edgy little quirks, that's all.
Great. That's probably what they said about Lizzie Borden.
Okay, I think a gal can be a little abrasive without being a murderer. I, for one, love abrasive women.
Holt Scotto caught me poking around the lighthouse and freaked. He all but chased me away with a stick.
Why should he care if you poke around the lighthouse?
Good question. The obvious answer is that he's hiding something.
One should always be suspicious of a suspect.
Right.
And the whole town is suspect.
I can't figure out if Andy Jason is friendly for real or if it's because he's basically a salesman.
What does he sell?
Whale watching tours. He keeps trying to talk Katie into selling her company to him and becoming his business partner.
Think he wrecked her boat so she'd have to go into business with him?
Could be. Katie is allowed to get right up next to the Orca while he has to stay 300 feet away. He doesn't like that.
I wouldn't trust him, Nan. Once a salesman, always a salesman.
Remember my neighbor, Rayola? He was a salesman, but he quit.
Yeah, to go to work for a company that repossesses pets when people can't pay their vet bills.
She's right. Don't trust him.
That's a nightmare, oh my god.
How are you guys fixed for hints?
We're good. Just say the word.
I better get going.
Whale be in touch.
Bess.
Whale, I better be going. Oh,
That looks right.
yeah. Oh, I saw this on that poster behind Jason.
Nah. Good.
I thought it was Starport side. Oh,
Yes!
Morse code. Don't know. Sales.
No.
Okay. Motors.
No.
No. Male Dungeness crap. Okay. All right. We got to be a little more open to learning. I wonder if some of these are questions that I can ask that Casey fella. $138.43. $138.43.
Perfect.
Thanks. You have anything else to say to me?
Hi, Nancy.
Thanks for your time.
Whales rule!
Hell yeah, little buddy. This is where they kept the books. But also, I haven't
What can I get for you,
spoken to her
Nancy?
yet.
Since we haven't met, there's only one way you could know my name.
On the day my Aunt Iris turned this place over to me, she said, Jenna, you're about to become a real good listener. And darn if she wasn't right.
How long ago was that?
Aunt Iris left it to me 3 years ago. It's been in the Devlin family since the day it was built, which was back in like 1866 or something. So, you're visiting Katie Firestone. My condolences.
What do you mean?
Me and her don't see eye to eye on a couple of things.
What kind of things?
That orca out there should be rejoined with her pod as soon as possible. Period. End of story. No matter what Miss Fancy Schmancy's science degree says. Other people may be bamboozled by all her talk of data charts and field tests and monitoring whatnots, but not me. The only thing she wants is to get that whale into an aquarium. It wouldn't surprise me if Katie's been secretly feeding it, which is against the law, by the way. And you know what else? It wouldn't surprise me if she trashed her own boat, because she knew that after that meeting last night, everybody would assume that Holt did it and not want to vote for him. I got an idea. Let's change the subject.
You make somewhat compelling points, lady.
Does Andy Jason ever come in here?
Everybody comes in here. Know how some people can't go a day without coffee? People around here can't go a day without a bowl of my clam chowder. In fact, if you ever want a free sample, just say the word.
So Andy Jason is one of your regulars?
Actually, he only comes in once or twice a week. Says he's too busy. Of course, the reason he's so busy is because he's too cheap to hire another person to help him run the place. Kinda surprised me when I heard he was trying to buy Katie Firestone out. Must have something up his sleeves, all I can figure.
What do you know about the Shanghaiing that used to go on around here?
It never went on, that's what I know. Shoving grown men into passageways and carting them off to ships never to be seen again? It's just a big, colorful, tall tale. Never happened.
I don't know.
Think I could try a bowl of your clam chowder?
Coming right up. Next one will be on the house, too.
That was delicious.
Here, let me get rid of that for you.
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator.
I half expected her to be poisoned somehow. My God, they look the same. The abdomen of a female is wider than that of a male. Okay. This is more candy corn shaped, and this is like not that shape. What do I got
can't
here?
dump the crab out here.
Well, just look at it. Just peek at it.
Each flag stands for a letter of the alphabet, and so do those words. Interesting.
That is interesting. What's the deal with this? You don't know.
What is this card thing?
Good question. Aunt Iris said it and the others like it have been on the walls in here since the place was built.
Interesting. Okay. The North Star is part of the constellation. Schooner Group. Wait. I really hope there's nothing in there because I just skimmed that. My bad. Back to Kitty's boat, where perhaps there is more information on the computer? Hop aboard. Thanks, I will. Okay. Oh, look, Morse code. Samuel Morse invented the telegraph, the first device to send messages by electricity, in 1837. Out of necessity, he also developed a universal code in which combinations of dots and dashes represent letters and numbers so that everyone could use his invention. This code is now referred to as the International Morse Code. Okay, nervous. The most famous word in Morse code is no doubt the distress signal, SOS. A dash is equal to 3 times the length of a dot. A dash is, okay. Okay. They're going to be teaching me Morse code. All right. Okay. All right. So I think our first letter here, luckily it seems like they spaced it out pretty nicely. I think is... well, none of them start with 3 dots, but B is dash dot dot dot. Is this a misprint? Because the next one is O dash dot is N, and then 4 dashes. Or no, 4 dots. Wait. Hold on. Oh, duh. I wasn't looking at the whole alphabet. Okay, just kidding. Hold on. All right, this changes everything. So this is actually a V. And then we have 3 dashes, which is an O. And then a single dash is T. A single dot is an E. Is this vote, Holt? No, okay. Vote. Wait. Yes. Then dot dash dot dot. Hoyt. Right?
Wrong.
What? Votes. And then it's H. 3 dashes, which is O. And then it's dot dash dot dot, which is yeah, it was vote hold.
Wrong.
What? Because just dash is T. Is it the space?
Wrong. Wrong.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, it's not. Okay. Dot 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 dash V. Dash 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 is O. Just one dash is T. Just one dot is E. So then 4 dashes, or no, 4 dots and a dash Oh, 4. Okay. And then HOLT.
Correct.
Okay. I was just overlooking it. No big deal. So we still need to know on the first page, the North Star is part of what constellation? We need to know about schooner boats. We need to know about knots. Knot samples. Humans invented rope by twisting or braiding strands of yarn together, but they could not have used rope to build shelters, make weapons, or sail the seas if they did not have a way of tying off a rope. Tying ropes together or tying ropes to or around objects. In other words, without knots, rope would be useless. Was there a stopper? Figure 8 knot. Is that what we have? No. Round knot. Is that what we have? No. Bends. Fisherman's knot? That looks right.
That should do it.
Yes, so that is the fisherman's knot.
Perfect.
All right. Teach me about boats. A boat with 2 or more masts. Okay.
Very good.
Now I just need to know about constellations. Does that mean that it's part of the Little Dipper? I think Polaris does mean North Star. So that means that it's part of the Little Dipper.
Am I smart or what?
So smart. All right. Can I put my crab out on deck?
I can't dump the crab out here.
Or can I dump the crab?
I can't dump the crab out here.
Oh. I suppose she might mean literally release the crab. I forgot to check.
Fight the power, little one.
Hell yeah. But now I have to find new crab. What if that was a male? I don't know why we were looking at its underbellies. There's a male. All right. Our job here is done. Don't go that way. That's where we get yelled at. Helmet always.
You again?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for trespassing like that.
So what do you want?
I finished that seamanship quiz.
Let's have a look. Right as rain. Just bring me that male crab and you'll be home free.
I've got a male crab, I think.
Let's have a look. Right as rain. Congratulations. Here's your GPS. Just turn around and follow the instructions. I'll take care of the crab for you.
Great. Thank you.
He's gonna eat it.
See you around.
See
Watch
ya.
out for Caddy.
Ooh. That's quite the hearty cough. You know, we haven't saved in a while. Okay, I've got my GPS. GPS acquired. I have no idea how to use this thing. Wait.
There's a paper inside. Maybe it's a message. That's odd.
That is odd. Is that coordinates? Hmm. Another message.
Guess I better stay away from there.
Greg.
This is the Drew residence. Please leave a message at the beep.
Hi, Hannah. It's Nancy. Listen, I got a little careless and ignored some warning buoys and smashed into some rocks while I was kayaking. I'm okay, but Katie's kayak is ruined, and I promised her I'd replace it. So could you do me a big favor and fix Dad his favorite dinner so he's in a good mood? Then have him call me on my cell? Thanks, Hannah. As usual, I owe you one.
Whoopsie daisy. I could not tell which direction I am going. Well, that was something.
What's up?
I talked to Jenna Devlin when I was at the Hot Kettle.
What nasty rumor is she spreading about me today?
Why would she spread rumors about you?
She thinks I'm a know-it-all from the big city.
See you in a bit.
I'll be right here.
Maybe I do need a hint. Let's talk to the Hardy Boys.
Hello?
Hi, Frank. It's Nancy.
Hey, Joe, lock her up and then get to a phone. It's Nancy.
He's locking someone up?
Goldie, she's not a someone. She's a something.
Hey, Nancy. How's life in the Pacific Northwest?
Well, someone ransacked Katie's boat just before I arrived.
Wow, that's great.
I knew you were gonna say that.
She's got a mystery to solve.
She's supposed to be on vacation?
Crime never takes a vacation, Frank.
Let me guess. That was Goldie.
Bingo.
She's this dog we found. We're
Bingo,
waiting for her owner
bango.
to come get her.
That's nice of you guys.
Well, unfortunately, there's a problem.
She's not housebroken?
She's as big as an SUV.
Fully loaded.
She's in the garage. I'm upstairs. That's how big her bark is, so you can imagine how big she is.
What kind of dog is she?
Great Dane.
Yikes! How does somebody go about losing a Great Dane?
Good question.
Enough about us. Let's hear about this case of yours, Nancy.
Andy Jason has a boat in a bottle that Katie says was made by a settler in the mid-1800s who would periodically and mysteriously disappear.
Mysteriously?
Whenever this ex-pirate would show up, Benjamin Hawkins, that was the settler's name, he'd vanish for days at a time. Nobody knows where he and his family hid.
I know how he did it.
How he did what?
I know how he got the boat in the bottle.
How?
Can't tell you. Been sworn to secrecy. But I can tell you this. It does not involve any kind of shrinking machine.
I get the feeling that even though Katie lives and works in Snake Horse Harbor, she's still pretty much an outsider.
Why do you say that?
Because frankly, nobody around here seems to like her very much.
Like who?
Like Jenna Devlin, the woman who owns the Hot Kettle Cafe.
Why do you think she doesn't like her?
She's convinced that Katie wants the orca captured instead of returned to her pod, and it drives her up the wall.
Uh-oh. When emotions run high, so does the probability of bad behavior. Keep an eye on that one, Nancy.
To get around on the water in Katie's kayak, I've been using a GPS.
A global positioning system? Cool!
If you have the coordinates for a specific place, you just enter them and it shows up on the display screen, right?
I think so. I haven't had to do that yet.
GPS would make a
Oh.
great gift, don't you think, Nancy? For, like, say a big brother to give his little brother for, like, say his upcoming birthday?
That probably depends on the big brother.
And on what the little brother has done for him lately.
Always a catch.
Apparently, Snake Horse Harbor has its very own sea monster,
You're kidding me.
Cadborosaurus. His or her nickname is Caddy.
What does it look like?
Like a very long fat snake with flippers, a head shaped like a horse's, and a back that humps when it swims.
That pretty much describes everyone you've ever dated, doesn't it, Frank?
It's probably a descendant of a prehistoric reptile called Plesiosaurus.
You don't really think there's a sea monster out there, do you?
Somebody saw something or we wouldn't be having this conversation. Oh, and Joe, that thing about me giving you a GPS for your birthday, not gonna happen.
My big mouth.
Talk to you later.
Bye, Nancy.
See you around the compass.
If we go throw rocks at it, at that bottle. Aha! Okay. Nope. Can't dig around, huh? I think I almost had it. Dang it. Dang it.
I already have some rocks.
At this point, we're just trying everything. There we go. those all coordinates.
I don't have a complete set of coordinates to enter yet.
Don't I? Back to looking for bottles, I suppose. Dang it. I just wanted to look for bottles. I think I might need a hint.
Not right now.
Excuse you. Why not?
Hello?
Hi, Bess. Can you talk?
Hey, Nancy, of course I can talk.
I think she just wanted to make sure nothing on the stove was in danger of igniting.
Everything's safely on simmer. What's up?
Jenna Devlin went ballistic when I brought up the subject of Katie and the whale.
What's her problem?
She's convinced that Katie just wants to study the whale, not really help it.
Sounds like a candidate for your suspect list to me.
You know, Jenna Devlin may have her faults, but being a bad cook isn't one of them.
What kind of stuff does she cook?
She's famous for her clam chowder, which is outstanding.
Well, don't just stand there. Get me the recipe.
I'm pretty sure it's a family secret.
Does Jenna own the cafe or just run it?
She inherited it. The place has been in the Devlin family for centuries.
Whoa. Buildings that old are usually haunted, you know.
Oh boy, here we go.
Well, they are.
You're gonna love this, Bess. I found a message in a bottle.
Oh, that is so romantic. What did it say?
Actually, I found a couple of bottles, and the messages are all the same. Just letters and numbers and the word rosebud.
That's not very romantic. Well, maybe the rosebud part is.
Well, it must mean something to somebody. Just keep your eyes open and keep asking questions, Nan. You'll figure it out.
I better get going.
Me too. I gotta go braise my brisket.
Whatever.
I can't have a hint.
Party Res, Joe speaking.
Hey, Joe, it's me.
Hi, Nancy. What's going on?
Talk to you later.
Call us anytime.
Yeah, it's a pretty sure bet we'll be here.
I guess I don't need a hint. What if Rosebud has something to do with this situation here? I lied. Maybe I don't know what that's about.
Looks like I can't go in there. Hi,
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
I found a bottle floating in the water with a strange message inside.
Most, if not all, the notes you find in bottles around here were put there by Hilda Swenson. She was this lady who retired here with her husband about 20 years ago. They made a ton of money in Hollywood as writer-producers and just wanted to enjoy life. Wonderful people. Very active. In fact, Hilda was mayor for 8 years. But then, out of the blue, her husband died. They'd been a team for so long that, well, she pretty much died then too.
What do you mean?
She just kind of lost it. Started talking to walls and doing bizarre things until one day she rode to the island across the channel that she and her husband owned and never came back.
That's what's going to happen to me if my husband ever dies.
And now she uses notes in bottles to communicate with people?
Trouble is, nobody can understand what she's trying to say. All she ever writes is letters and numbers and that one word, Rosebud. I leave a couple of bags of groceries outside her cabin every week, and sometimes I can see her inside. But whenever I try to talk to her, she won't answer.
I wonder what she's trying to tell us.
We'll never know what's going on in that mind of hers.
You know, your clam chowder really is awesome.
Say no more. Next one will be on the house, too.
That was delicious.
Here, let me get rid of that for you.
It's been fun talking to you.
Back at ya.
You again?
Did you know Hilda Swenson?
Sure did. She even crewed for me a couple of times. There she was, this itty-bitty lady in her 60s hauling in nets. Did it for the sheer love of adventure. She was quite a gal.
See you around.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Why can't we look at all? I don't get it. I can't get over how fucking cool those pillars are. Why are we concerned?
Interesting.
Wonder if it's interesting.
Hi, Nancy.
Hey, where's my keychain?
Thanks for your time.
Drop by again.
Where do I want to go? Maybe Rosebud is an anagram.
No anagrams that need busting yet.
Sure about that. Where's their wood? No.
Sea caves? They might be fun to explore.
Oh. Can you give me coordinates? How do I use
don't have
this
a complete
thing?
set of coordinates to enter yet.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Have fun.
Perhaps I need to look around the lighthouse a little more. Perhaps now he is not busy.
Whoa,
That,
that was close.
that was close. No wonder he doesn't want anybody trespassing there. Hmm. $18. No. $19. $70. No. Dang it. You sure I can't have a clue?
This is Casey Porterfield at the Maritime Library. Either I'm busy doing research, or I'm on a break, or there's a stained glass exhibit going on somewhere. But in any case, I can't come to the phone, and since the playback button stopped working on this thing about 2 years ago, you're just gonna have to call back.
I like that dude.
Hello?
Hi, Bess.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
I better get going.
We'll be in touch.
Bess.
Let's dial home. We haven't dialed home yet.
This is the Drew residence. Please leave a message at the beep.
Hi, it's Nancy. Just called to say hi. So, hi, and bye.
Okay. I have learned nothing. Hmm. Maybe one of those books that I put away was a wood book. How much wood would a wood book if a wood book could book wood? I think that's wood.
Complex morphological issues, microscopic tracheid analysis, microtome surfacing?
I feel you, Nancy.
Oh, I don't know if this book is for me, but maybe if I give Dr. Credovicio a call, she can help me out.
This is Dr. Predovicu.
Hi, my name is Nancy Drew, and I'd like some help identifying this piece of wood I found.
I'd be happy to assist. Do you have our mailing address?
Well, that's the problem. I don't have time to send it to you. Would it be possible to identify it over the phone?
Certainly. Just hold it up to the phone for a couple of seconds and I'll take a reading. I'm kidding, of course. I usually don't do this over the phone, but I'll give it a try. You will, however, need to take a look at your sample under a microscope.
Oops, I better go do that. I'll call you right back.
I know you're a very busy woman and all.
Well, I don't know if this book is for me, but maybe if I give Dr. Credovicio a call, she can help me out. 1 slice of wood. I should finish this before I go looking at the slides in there. 1 slice of wood.
Mm-hmm.
1 glass slide. There. This is going to look so cool under the microscope. Let's have a look.
Oh, he's got some holes. It looks like Morse code. I mean, in the way that there's dashes and dots. You get it.
Irina Predoviciu speaking.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew again. I've got the sample all ready.
All right, we'll get started. Where did you find this wood?
It's a piece of driftwood, probably used for a crate.
Is the wood sample black, brown, or yellow?
Brownish.
Brown or brown reddish?
Brown reddish.
Does the sample have many holes, just a couple, or none at all?
Many.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
They're all the same size.
Okay, and the holes are really, really tiny, right?
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, I can't ID the sample because that description accounts for a lot of different woods. Beech, sycamore, alder, maple, you name it. Please check your sample again. Goodbye.
Sorry. I failed you. Are they pretty sizable then? Because they look more or less the same size. And that's like a reddish brown.
Wood Labs, Irina speaking.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew again. Do you think you could take another stab at identifying that wood sample for me?
I'm sorry, but my policy is to limit free wood sample identifications to 1 per person.
Could you please make an exception in my case? It's kind of an emergency.
I'll tell you what. I'm doing a study on the side that focuses on problem solving. I'm collecting data by having people solve the puzzle that's on my website. If and when you solve it, I'll give you another free wood ID. Go to www.predoviciu.lab/consult.htm. Good luck.
Dub. I love that. She's fun. She's a fun lady. Okay. Oh, it's a sliding puzzle. Wow. I did that in no time. Hold on. Let me save.
You have reached the desk of Dr. Irina Predoviciu. I'm away from my desk, but will be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
I'm almost afraid to call her again because I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the cool lady.
This is Irina.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. Could you try to identify that wood sample for me again?
Is the wood sample black, brown, or yellow?
Brownish.
Brown or brown reddish?
Brown reddish.
Does the sample have many holes, just a couple, or none at all?
Many.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
There are big and small holes.
So we've got a brown-red hardwood that's ring or semi-ring porous. Okay, so the big holes, are they clustered together, or do they gradually become small holes?
The big holes are clustered together in separate sections from the small holes.
Are there any noticeable vertical lines?
Yes.
That should narrow it down. Okay, now, there should be really, really tiny holes or pores that are whitish. Do they make a kind of wavy pattern, or are they clustered in small groups?
Let me check.
That should narrow it down. Okay, now, there should be really, really tiny holes or pores that are whitish. Do they make a kind of wavy pattern, or are they clustered in small groups?
Definitely clustered in small groups.
Sounds like you have Kentucky Coffee Tree, but it's kind of odd that Coffee Tree would be used for crates.
Kentucky Coffee Tree? That must be it. Thanks.
Good luck.
Okay, let's try again.
This is Irina.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. Could you try to identify that wood sample for me again?
Is the wood sample black, brown, or yellow?
Brownish.
Brown or brown reddish?
Brown reddish.
Does the sample have many holes, just a couple, or none at all?
Many.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
Let me check.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
There are big and small holes.
So we've got a brown-red hardwood that's ring or semi-ring porous. Okay, so the big holes, are they clustered together, or do they gradually become small holes?
The big holes are clustered together in separate sections from the small holes.
Are there any noticeable vertical lines?
Not that I can tell.
Overall, are the holes just really, really tiny?
They're pretty indistinguishable.
That sounds like winged elm.
Winged elm. Thanks a lot for your help.
Glad to have been of service.
I hope that's true.
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. I called before. About the driftwood?
Never heard of you. Now, if you'd have said Nancy Drew...
Yes, that's me, Nancy Drew, Katie Firestone's friend.
So what kind of wood are we talking about here, Nancy?
Winged elm.
Well, if that driftwood did come from a cargo container that's part of a shipwreck, there's a good chance I can figure out which one. Call me back in an hour or so.
You can identify a ship by what its cargo containers are made out of?
Ever since the hobo spider got into the U.S. by laying eggs in the wood crating of ships coming from Europe, the feds have made sure that cargo ships keep real careful records. Of course, I'll be taking things like tides, currents, weather conditions, proximity to Snake Horse Harbor. I'll be taking all those factors into consideration, too.
I really appreciate your doing this for me, Casey.
And, well, you should.
Alright, so how am I going to pass the time? Let's have another weird-ass sandwich. Gonna put ice cream. Ice cream sandwich.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Be careful out there.
It would be rude to use my phone now.
Whatever. Has it been an hour?
This is Casey Porterfield at the Maritime Library. Either I'm busy doing research, or I'm on a break, or there's a stained glass exhibit going on somewhere. But in any case, I can't come to the phone, and since the playback button stopped working on this thing about 2 years ago, you're just gonna have to call back.
Alright, maybe I can chat with the Hardy Boys.
It's Joe speaking.
Hey, Joe, it's me.
Hi, Nancy. What's going on?
I have a hunch a piece of driftwood I found somehow ties into whatever's going on around here. It came from a ship called the SS something.
That narrows it down.
I'm assuming the ship is now a shipwreck. I'm trying to find out its full name, and I've become a bit of a wood detective in the process.
What does a shipwreck have to do with a vandalized boat or an orphaned whale?
Like Joe always says, leave no stone or suspicious piece of wood unturned.
Absolutely.
When I was investigating the lighthouse, I just barely missed getting brained by a chunk of falling brick.
You think it was an accident?
Well, the lighthouse is in pretty bad shape, but I can't help but wonder why Holt Scotto has taken such an interest in the place.
Maybe he just thinks they're cool. I know I do.
Talk to you later.
Call us anytime.
Yeah, it's a pretty sure bet we'll be here.
On to Bessa George.
Hello?
Hi, Bess.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
I better get going.
Never
We'll
mind.
be in touch.
Whale. Can I take a nap?
Looks like whatever's in here is starting to defrost.
Can't poke at it with anything? Dang. Can I call Casey now?
This is Casey Porterfield at the Maritime
Damn
Library. Either I'm busy doing research or I'm on a break or there's a stained glass exhibit going on somewhere. But in any case, I can't come to the phone, and since the playback button stopped working on this thing about 2 years ago, you're just gonna have to call back.
Okay.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Ain't that the truth?
You again?
See you around.
Yeah, whatever.
He gets less friendly by the day. Wish I knew anything about this.
So the dead fish I saw on the beach were Atlantic herring?
Yeah, I guess so. $1983.
Looks like I can't go in there.
Poke around the whale hub for a while, I guess. Whale World. Maybe there's nothing left for me here.
Interesting. Interesting.
To the lighthouse! At 1983. No. Has it been an hour now?
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. Any luck finding what shipwreck that piece of driftwood came from?
Nope, couldn't find any ships that went down in the vicinity of Snake Horse Harbor with cargo containers made of that kind of wood.
That's disappointing.
That's the spirit. Take another look at that wood and get back to me when you think you know what it is. By golly, I like your spunk. Most people I'd know'd be disappointed.
Damn it. All of that just for it to be wrong, huh?
This is Irina.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. Could you try to identify that wood sample for me again?
Is the wood sample black, brown, or yellow?
And this time I won't fail you.
Brownish.
Brown brown or brown reddish?
Brown reddish.
Does the sample have many holes, just a couple, or none at all?
Many.
And are there some holes that are big and some that are small, or are they all the same size?
They're all the same size.
Okay, and the holes are really, really tiny, right?
No, they're pretty sizable.
Then you've got a tropical hardwood. I was assuming the sample was a North American wood. All right. Are there any distinguishable horizontal lines on the sample?
Yes, there are horizontal lines.
If this wood is used for crating, then it's probably Luan. It's fairly common in plywood, but it's a rainforest timber, so it's declining in popularity.
Oh my goodness, I hope I'm right this time.
Luan, all right. Thanks for your help.
Glad to have been of service.
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. I called before. About the driftwood?
Never heard of you. Now, if you'd have said Nancy Drew...
Yes, that's me, Nancy Drew, Katie Firestone's friend.
So what kind of wood are we talking about here, Nancy?
Luan.
Well, if that driftwood did come from a cargo container that's part of a shipwreck, there's a good chance I can figure out which one. Call me back in an hour or so.
You can identify a ship by what its cargo containers are made out of?
Ever since the hobo spider got into the U.S. by laying eggs in the wood crating of ships coming from Europe, the feds have made sure that cargo ships keep real careful records. Of course, I'll be taking things like tides, currents, weather conditions, proximity to Snake Horse Harbor. I'll be taking all those factors into consideration, too.
I really appreciate your doing this for me, Casey.
And, well, you should.
All right, let's go eat some clam chowder and hope that that kills an hour.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
You know, your clam chowder really is awesome.
Say no more. Next one will be on the house, too.
That was delicious.
Here, let me get rid of that for you.
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator.
All right. Did that. I'll step outside to be polite.
Maritime Library, this is Casey.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew. Any luck finding what shipwreck that piece of driftwood came from?
Sorry, can't talk now. I'm waiting for a real important call from Nancy Drew.
Casey, that's me. I'm Nancy Drew.
Oh, then I got some good news.
You know the name of the shipwreck?
The SS Whitechapel Dawn sank 5 years ago right there in the channel outside Snake Horse Harbor.
Thank goodness.
About a mile and a half due northwest of the lighthouse.
Really?
I hear that channel up there's been pretty busy, what with that orphaned whale messing things up for the fishermen and all. Anyway, everything fits except one thing.
Uh-oh.
The Whitechapel Dawn went down in deep water. Real deep water. Too deep for currents to be carrying debris up from it. Just not possible.
Could a recent storm have churned things up down there?
I've been doing this type of research for 20 years, young lady. When I say something's not possible, it's not possible.
Yet somehow a piece of wood from it washed ashore. Was there anything unusual about that ship?
It was just a regular old freighter bound for San Francisco from Vancouver, British Columbia. Nothing unusual about it if you don't count the rumors.
What rumors?
How about the smuggling?
Please, tell me everything.
Nothing to tell. After it sank, some crew members said there was something unusual about the cargo it had been carrying. That's all. No specifics, just rumors.
Why did the ship sink?
Official cause was foul weather. But whenever a boat goes down in those parts, they always unofficially blame it on... Oh, what do they call that sea serpent up there?
Caddy?
No, thanks. Caddy! That's what they call it! Caddy! Anyway, this has been fun, young lady, but I need to get back to work. By the way, I just got done emailing you something.
What?
I said, I just got done emailing you something.
Great, thanks. Well, goodbye, Casey.
Goodbye, Caddy.
I certainly hope he doesn't operate heavy machinery.
That's funny. Let's go check our email.
The Hot Kettle was originally called the Royal Flush Saloon. Interesting.
Oh my gosh, are we finally gonna get some information on this puzzle? "1866, you say?" All right. So apparently this was one of the places where folks were getting shanghaied. I don't know how that helps us. And maybe we can take a closer look at that stained glass. It's my only lead. Wait, maybe I should read these other emails. Nancy's dad tried to make waffles and made a mess. Ain't that just like a dad? And isn't that just like things on the internet? You try to fix something and break something else. Back to the cafe. We need to ask her about.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator.
I thought it was a lead, but now I'm not so sure. Perhaps I need to do some more kayaking. Oh, this is different. Oh my goodness. I should save. I'm in danger. Left or right? I like left personally. Aha! That should
Maybe
help.
the messages are coordinates.
I clocked that long ago. Kind of a neat cave.
My cell phone doesn't work in here. No signal. No signal.
No. Does it work now? Okay. Okay. In 48 4 2 5 1 7 W 1 2 3 0 8 6 1 5. Is that a good sound or a bad sound? That must have been good. That was a cool cliff of fish. Okay, I think I did get everything. Actually. So... I should save. Yay!
I've never been to this beach before.
We're making headway. Or beachway.
Stop to build a sandcastle. I could use a break.
Wow. Do-do. Yay, there we go. Well, that was fun.
Time to go back to work.
Oh. Interesting. Is this where Rosebud comes in? I knew I took a picture of that stuff for a purpose. Or should I say a porpoise? Sorry. So R would be that. This would be O. So I already feel like I am correct. D. Heck yeah.
I don't know what all those letters mean, but something tells me this may come in handy.
That's the secret to calling cats. Psst, 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 psst. Don't you know? There once was a dog named Alpha who lived in the Sierra Nevadas. The dog weighed about 100 kilos and lived in a hotel in the Sierras. Alpha loved his owner, Juliet Smith. Juliet belonged to the Delta Gamma sorority and loved to dance the foxtrot. Her boyfriend was named Oscar, and he was quite a Romeo. One day, the owner of the hotel decided to move to India
This is the weirdest story I've ever read.
to raise lima beans. That was fine for Miss Smith because she wanted to live in the Delta Gamma house. But Alpha wanted to stay in the Sierra Mountains so he could learn to play golf. The owner eventually moved to India, and even though she loved to foxtrot, Miss Smith became a tango instructor. Okay, what I'm really trying to say is, let's get a picture of that. So, A, S, K, H,
So far, so good.
and if you say so, J, D. No. No, wait. A. I skipped. A, J.
I don't know. I'm gonna go over here.
You and me both. J, D, F, O, R, H, A.
I'm getting there.
I guess so. And then G. Oh, I lost my spot. Okay. I, F, T.
Ta-da! Ask HSAJJD for Hilda's gift. Ask Holt, Andy, and Jenna for Hilda's gift.
Okay. Hilda Swenson. Congratulations. I hope you enjoyed finding this thing because you and I are just getting started. See, I've got a secret. Well, two, actually. But I don't believe in just handing things to folks on a silver platter.
Send me something from the top of the lighthouse in Morse code?
That's no fun. Isn't the way life works either. To get anywhere in this world, you gotta get out there and be curious. You gotta ask questions and shake things up till you get answers. And I know you're curious, or you wouldn't be reading this. So what I want you to do now is send me something from the top of the lighthouse, Morse code. As for what I want you to send me, read the little story I've enclosed. That will get you started. The story makes no sense, you say. Well, you got into this chest, didn't you? Anyway, eventually you'll find the answer to my first secret. As for my other secret, if you're smart, and I have a sneaking suspicion you are, you'll figure it out along the way.
Something is fishy in Snake Horse Harbor.
And I'm not just speaking for the halibut. I like that pun. Oh, and no funny stuff because I'm watching you, Hilda. Okay. Interesting. Ooh.
Oops, must be ticklish.
I'm surprised I didn't die from manhandling the fish.
A starfish. Awesome. Anemones are so beautiful.
Kind of give me the egg, but okay. Is that everything here? Another one of those holes. I knew I was gonna die somehow.
This is residence. Please leave a message at the beep.
Hi, Hannah. It's Nancy. To make a long story short, I slipped on some rocks and have to come home. Could you please pick me up from the airport tonight? It's flight 323. Oh, and bring a couple of ice packs and some clean bandages. And you should probably rent a wheelchair, too. See you soon.
Damn. She really biffed it, didn't she? It's okay, I was prepared for this. Alright, so we don't want to slip on those rocks. I think I'm making it to the boat. I thought I was, but I'm taking the scenic route, I suppose. What did I find out? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I needed to get to the lighthouse. Hmm. But I couldn't even get in here. Oh, 1866? No. Dang it. Let's talk to some folk while I think.
Party Res, Joe speaking.
Hi, Joe. Me again.
Hey, Nancy, we're both here.
Is the dog still there, too? Never mind.
Her owner is on his way to pick her up.
Better be. Goldie, be quiet.
How do you know her name?
It was on her collar along with the phone number.
There's just one problem.
What?
Goldie is about as black as dogs get.
I'm sure her owner can explain when he comes to pick her up.
Which better be soon. The neighbors are starting to complain about the noise. Goldie, bad dog!
When I was investigating the lighthouse, I just barely missed getting brained by a chunk of falling brick.
You think it was an accident?
Well, the lighthouse is in pretty bad shape, but I can't help but wonder why Holt Scotto has taken such an interest in the place.
Maybe he just thinks they're cool. I know I do.
Talk to you later.
Bye, Nancy.
See you around the compass.
Okay. Or no. I forgot my helmet. Dag nabbit. Y'all want to talk to me now?
You again?
Oh.
I understand that Hilda Swenson gave you something?
So what if she did?
Do you think I could see it?
Tell you what, this chess problem I've been working on is giving me fits. Here, solve it for me, and I'll let you see what Hilda gave me. Feel free to look at the chess book in my duffel bag if you need help. Let me know when you're through.
Chess? Identify 2 moves that white can make to win this game. Okay. So, what if Rook?
Wrong.
Oh. R is already.
Wrong. Good.
Okay. Queen to D7.
Huh.
What? It's not queen to D7? Okay, D8 then.
Huh.
No? What the hell? D...
Huh. Huh.
Why is it 3? Hmm. A poker book. All right. Royal flush, straight flush, 4 of a kind. Is that what the 3 in here have to be? Oh my goodness. Never mind. There's many more. 3475. Well, that's helpful. Yes, but how do you notate it? A move is notated by writing the first letter of the piece that is moving and the square that it has moved into. For example, BE3 means that a bishop has moved into square E3. Since the king and the knight start with K, and is used to designate the knight. Okay. Okay. No, put it away. Put it away. Wait. 3475. 3475. 3475.
It would be rude to use my phone now.
Well, I'm not trying to use my phone.
Huh. Huh.
What? Oh. C8.
Huh.
What? Is it D6?
Huh.
It's not Queen D6. Okay. E5.
That's the right piece. Huh.
Not E5. Queen D6.
Huh.
Why not?
Huh. 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 Looks like someone's been up here recently. Someone messy. That's today. Wonder why it's circled. Looks like the bulb's missing. Hmm. Wonder why that's there.
Okay.
Correct. Queen moves to d6. So black would move here.
I figured out my problem.
Perfect.
It is not annotated like the book said.
Yes. There. Checkmate.
So, ha! Can't get so excited as to not put on my helmet. Hey, Holt! You grumpy bastard!
Done with that chess problem yet?
Check it out.
Check it out.
Right as rain. And to keep up my end of the bargain, here's what Hilda gave me. Handle's made of scrimshaw. She carved it herself. Never would tell me why she wrote one bum on it like that. Of course, this was after her husband died. Guess her mind was starting to go.
Thanks for letting me see it. See you around.
Yo ho ho.
Is that an anagram? How do I know what it wants from me? Have the book. There's no Ace of Hearts. Okay. But there's no queen. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go see if she thinks we have an anagram now. But never in so much as a rush to forget my helmet. One bum. Isn't that a Bob Marley song?
No anagrams that need busting yet.
You sure about that? Oh yeah, I have to ask all of those people for the gift, don't I? Then I bet we have an anagram on our hands.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
Did Hilda Swenson give you something?
She made a necklace for me. Prettiest thing I own. I'd show it to you, but it's at my house. How did you know she gave me something?
It's kind of a long story, but I'd really love to see that necklace.
Problem is, my home's across town, and I'm real low on clams, which means I've got to go clamming before I can even think about doing anything else.
Why don't I go clamming for you?
Okay, if you get the clams, I'll go get the necklace. You can put them in here. 15 ought to do it. That's the limit anyway. But you'll also need a permit. Andy Jason can issue you one.
Good. He is where I was going next.
You know, your clam chowder
Shit.
really is awesome.
Say no more. Next one will be on the house, too.
I did not mean to eat even more clam chowder.
That was delicious.
Here, let me get rid of that for you.
It's been fun talking to you.
Yeah, hasn't it, though?
Hi, Nancy.
I understand that Hilda Swenson gave you a present?
She gave me the design I use to create the keychains I give away to everyone who goes on a Whale World Whale Watch. She was quite the graphic artist.
Yeah, where's my free keychain, Jason?
Since I took your whale watching tour, I get a free keychain, right?
Actually, I only give them to paying customers.
Even if I really, really, really want one?
Okay.
I need a clamming permit. Jenna said I could get one from you?
Ordinarily you could, but permits mean paperwork, and I'm kinda busy right now. Of course, if someone wanted to volunteer to help me...
Of course. What are my Nancy chores now?
What kind of help do you need?
Inside that box marked Caddy is a miniature of what our resident sea monster might look like in skeletal form. Assemble it for me, and I'll not only give you a permit, but I'll throw in a free clam tube. And remember, whales rule!
Sir, you told me not to touch this.
Nah.
You sure about that?
Nah. Nah. Good.
Particular, this one.
Nah. Bingo.
Oh my goodness, all the little pieces.
Nah. 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 Oh yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yes. Is that your nick?
Oh yeah.
Heck yeah, it is.
Nah. Bingo. Bingo.
Now this one's crazy.
Nah. Nah.
Indeed, Nancy.
Nah. 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 Nah.
Is that good?
Nah. Nah. Hmm. Hmm. Nah. Hmm. 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 Nah. Hmm. Hmm. Nah. Hmm. Nah.
These little bits don't make sense.
Nah. Hmm. Nah. 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 Hmm. Nah. 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 Hmm. Nah. Hmm. 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 Nah. Hmm. Nah. Hmm. Nah. Hmm.
I don't know.
Hmm. Nah.
You think it would be simple, but none of the pieces match up.
Hmm. 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 Nah. 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 Hmm.
Wait.
Hmm. Hmm. Nah. 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 Hmm. Nah. Hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Weird. But I'm finally getting places.
Bingo. Nah. 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 Hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
It's all coming together.
Hmm. 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 Wow, am I a creative genius or what?
I'm something.
Hi, Nancy.
I finished putting that display together.
So you did. Caddy never looked better. Here's your permit, and here's your clam tube. Look for little holes in the sand. Sometimes water will squirt out of them. Anyway, center the tube over the hole, push it down into the sand, and pull. If you're quick enough, the clam will be in the sand that comes out of the tube. If not, try again.
Thanks for your time.
Whales rule!
Whales do rule. To remember some on this beach. There's one.
Aha!
No more from that one. 2. Wait. 3. 4. 'It's not quite what I was looking for, is it? Five.
Down, 10 to go.
Six.
Arf.
I don't know why she barked. Seven. Guess we'll go to the Lighthouse Beach. Any holes around here? Nope. This one.
Well, I'm more than halfway there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Lemon. Maybe if I go back, there will be more. Never want to forget your safety gear in a Nancy Drew game. The worst will always happen.
There you are, my pretty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Stuff to build a sandcastle. I could use some time to go back to work.
Stay focused, Nancy. Alright, try again. At the lighthouse. Lighthouse. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3 more.
I don't see any more clams. Maybe I should look somewhere else for a while.
But where? Do you have anything
What's
to
up?
say? No.
See you in a bit. Be careful out there.
Don't tell me what to do. Okay. Wait. Is this where I just got done looking? Here. Maybe I should try. Nope.
This is the Drew residence. Please leave a message at the beep.
Hi, Hannah. It's Nancy. To make a long story short, I slipped on some rocks and have to come home. Could you please pick me up from the airport tonight? It's flight 323. Oh, and bring a couple of ice packs and some clean bandages. And you should probably rent a wheelchair, too. See you soon.
Second chance. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Okay. It was a right answer. Haha.
No plans here.
Offensive. This one.
13 clams. I just need to find 2 more.
They will, and then we will be done with this. That can't be it. Just don't believe it. Very systematically scanned. Nope. Aha! Damn it. The sea is a fickle mistress. Just need one more. Come on, clam. Yes.
All right. 15 clams. I'm all set.
That was obnoxious. All right, now we have some momentum. Ah, diggity dog. Things are happening. Oh.
Hi, Nancy. Oh, good, you got the clams. Let me take those from you. I'll take that clam tube off your hands, too. You'll never guess what happened. While I was home getting that necklace for you, somebody broke in here. The sheriff just left.
Really? Was anything stolen?
What's weird is I'm not only missing food, like bread and eggs and stuff like that, but it looks like they also stole a bunch of tools and some boat parts.
Boat parts?
Go figure. What's more, both doors were locked when I got here and none of the windows were broken. It's like a ghost did it.
Would it be okay if I looked around?
If you want to play detective, please, be my guest. If you have any questions, just holler.
Can I look at that thing?
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
Do you have that necklace you said you'd go get?
Well, sort of. My niece got hold of it last time she was out here and locked it up in some kind of toy box. It's on the table over there if you want to try to open it, because unfortunately, I can't.
It's been fun talking to you.
Back at ya.
Of course, it's behind another puzzle.
Match pairs across all 3 screens.
Okay. Yes. All right. I am the master.
It's beautiful. Elif, what kind of word is that?
An anagram. There we go. Poke through his bag some more. Nothing interesting. Oh. Go through here now. Another one.
Save King. Looks like you do a lot of shopping at Save King.
I do all my shopping at Save King.
With a name like Save King, why wouldn't you? I won't let our lighthouse become a dark house. Snake Horse Harbor owes its life to the lighthouse that stands beside the channel. The men and women who built it in 1866 realized that a lighthouse would not warn sailors of the rocky shoals nearby, but it would also advertise their little town's existence. Hilda Swenson really cared about that lighthouse. And another one.
Trend. Wonder what that means.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator.
Now let's see if she recognizes it as an anagram. Hold on.
Save King.
Has this melted off anymore?
Looks like whatever's in here is starting to defrost. Maybe I can use my handy-dandy anagram buster to figure out what those strange words on Hilda's gifts mean.
There we go. Number. Telephone number.
Interesting.
Any new mail? Nope. Okay. All right. We have some ideas. We have hunches.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Enjoy.
Suspicious, suspicious.
What's up?
See you in a bit.
Enjoy.
You too. Every time. 3, 4, 7, 5. Yep.
It's rusted shut.
Is it now?
It's rusted shut. It's rusted shut. It's rusted shut.
Getting ahead of myself. Back to the hot kettle. Okay. So,
Nothing behind this one.
oh. Okay. So we have an ace of hearts. No. Our highest is a queen of clubs. Okay. I think since we don't have a club here, it can't be a straight. They're all... Wait. What about diamonds? You can't have all diamonds. But they're not in a row. Maybe this is a royal flush. So we have a... We need an ace. There we go.
That should do it.
Yes. All right. Oh my gosh, I actually got one. I feel good about this. Okay. What we got here? Wait, are they all flushes? I didn't mean to hold that F for so long. Are they all flushes?
There, that looks right.
Oh my gosh. This is simple then. You got anything for me? No. Okay. What about this one? No. Ah. Oh, he's back.
Guess not all of them open. That's strange.
Wait. So I need an ace. One of these is a 10.
That should do it.
There we go.
What was that?
That really grinds my gears. Get it? Meanwhile, everyone else is unbothered. She cleans up fast. What opened up where?
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
It's been fun talking to you.
Back at ya.
What opened?
Nothing behind this one. I bet that's how those burglars got it. I can't see a thing. I'm gonna need a flashlight.
It's always something with you, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
Do you have a flashlight I could borrow?
Sorry.
You know, your clam chowder really is awesome.
Say no more. Next one will be on the house, too.
That was delicious.
Here, let me get rid of that for you.
It's been fun talking to you.
Later, Gator.
At least I'll get something free out of her. What about Katie? She just stole some supplies.
Hey, what's going on?
Sounds like you're making progress.
I'm getting there. I remembered that a friend of mine had stashed some boat parts in my storage locker.
Jenna Devlin said some of the things that were stolen from her back room in that burglary were boat parts she'd bought at Save King.
And?
I noticed a box from Save King over there and just thought it was kind of an interesting
Get her, Nancy.
coincidence.
Everyone around here shops at Save King for boat parts and practically everything else. Any other questions?
Would you by any chance have a flashlight?
I have a headlamp. I mean, I have one somewhere. I'm sorry, Nancy. I'm so hungry I can hardly see straight, let alone think straight.
Would you like a sandwich?
That would be awesome.
Here's a sandwich for you.
Great.
Here you go.
I'm starving. That was fabulous. Thank you. Okay, you wanted my headlamp. Where's my headlamp? Oh my gosh. It was right here in the engine compartment the whole time.
Of course it was.
See you in a bit.
Enjoy.
I didn't have to make that for her. Interactions with her just keep getting fishier and fishier.
A cairn. Wonder who made it.
Interesting.
Another cairn. Another cairn.
And a dead end. Oh. Just kidding.
Another cairn. Glad I'm wearing comfortable shoes, because it looks like I'm going to be doing a lot of walking.
Creepy.
Phew, I feel like I've walked for miles.
The structural integrity of this place would make me weary.
Another cairn. I already have some oil. Dead end. That sound. Where have I heard that sound before?
The lighthouse. Duh.
There's obviously more to this, like the other half of the picture.
Mhm. Down Liminal Canal.
I've got enough 10-penny nails, thank you very much.
What?
I've got enough 10-penny nails, thank you very much.
What does that mean? Elvis was here. I'm sure he was.
Camping gear is the last thing I need right now.
Mm.
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
Did you know that there's a trap door in the floor of your banquet room?
A trap door? No. Where does it go?
It drops down into a tunnel, and when I explored it, I found trap doors going up into 2 other shops.
A tunnel? I don't know anything about it.
It's probably how those burglars got in and out.
Look, tunnels are dangerous. I don't want you going down there anymore.
Oh no, I'll be fine.
I mean it. Just forget about this whole thing.
Only if you call the sheriff and tell him about it.
No! Okay, look. I guess if you're real careful, you can keep poking around down there. But I don't want you telling anybody else about that tunnel without coming to me first. I got my reasons. I've also got work to do.
Nobody wants to call the sheriff here. That's so weird. To the lighthouse. Seven, 5. This should help.
Perfect. Well, that bulb's no good.
What? This is pointless. Pointless obstacle. Oh my goodness. Let's try this one. There we go. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Gonna have to learn more about this.
I'm in the sea caves.
Wow.
Well, that bulb's no good.
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, can I just tell which one's good and which one's not?
there was something wrong with that bulb.
You don't accept it? Oh my god.
Ah, there we go.
Finally. Oh my god.
I should do dots and dashes for the whole thing.
Okay. Gotta pull up my picture. All right, so we have a T and an E. So we need an L. Dot, dash, dot. What? Why does it just go away? Oh my gosh. Maybe it's asking me to send a telephone number. Like my telephone number? Is that why it's printed on her phone? Got a picture of that. So 5.
5.
Oh my god, okay, that must have been it. So 2 is
2.
3.
3. 5. 5. 5.
Then 4.
4.
Then 3.
3.
And
9. 9.
send. Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Nancy. Hilda here.
Hilda? Hilda Swenson?
Easy, girl. Not like you're talking to the Queen of England or anything. Although I did meet her once. Stuffy lot, those Windsors.
It's just that I kind of feel like I know you.
More important, I know you. Or rather, I know I can trust you. Just in time, too. I have the feeling things around there are about to get out of hand.
What do you mean? What kind of things?
Patience. As in all good films, all will eventually be revealed. In the meantime, I've sent you an email. Read it, follow the instructions, and we'll do lunch.
That'd be great.
No. It's just an expression, dear. No one in Hollywood ever really has lunch when they say they're going to do lunch.
Oh.
I'll be in touch. And rest assured, I'll be watching. Which reminds me, someone's been up in the lighthouse. I couldn't see who. I hope they aren't doing any damage.
They did leave kind of a mess.
We really must put a stop to this, Nancy. Ciao.
All right. I have to go back to the boat to read that email. The music has begun to sound sinister.
Where's this water coming from? Ew.
Ew. Fish. Bad news. Dear Nancy, after your father took one of the longest showers in history, naturally, I had just cleaned the bathroom, he decided he needed a project. So he went to the store and came back with everything he needs to build a bookshelf for the family room. This, as we both know, is not good. Your father is the worst handyman I've ever seen. When I told him I'd help, he said he wouldn't hear of it and shooed me out of the room. He's obviously forgotten what happened when he tried to fix the disposal. It's very quiet in there. I think he's about to start hammering. As you would say, this is so not good. Love, Hannah. Okay, but not what I was looking for. Hi, Nancy. I left something for you at the coordinates below. As you can see, some of the numbers in the coordinates have been replaced by letters. To figure out what numbers the letters represent, take a good look at these equations. A. Number of nuns surrounding Snake Horse Harbor. B. The ID number of the buoy that's got graffiti on it. C. Number of isophase buoys surrounding Snake Horse Harbor plus 4. It's an isophase. D. How many dollars Jenna charges for a cup of clam chowder? $3. E. Number of cans in the tunnels. You're just the kind of person I was hoping to find. Smart, resourceful, tenacious, and curious. Keep it up. Okay. Have to take a picture of this too. Number of nuns surrounding Snake Horse Harbor. Okay. Gotta make sure that I have this referenceable. All right, I do. Okay. So we can go and figure out the buoy pretty quick. Hey, you know anything about nuns?
What's up?
Are you aware that there's a whole lot of fish going bad in your freezer?
Of course I am. Whoever tore up my engine damaged my wiring, too. Refrigerator's out, freezer's out, TV's out.
It's herring, if I'm not mistaken. The same kind of fish orcas in captivity are fed.
All right. I've been feeding the orca okay, but I'm not the only one. I can't afford to feed her much, and there's not enough natural fish in the channel for her to exist on, yet she's doing fine. Which means someone else is feeding her too. You know, this is not a good time for me to be trying to entertain a house guest. How about a rain check?
Damn. Tensions are sky high.
No problem. I understand.
As soon as I get this fixed, I'll take you to the mainland so you can catch a flight back to River Heights. I'm sorry, Nancy.
Oh. She's fully kicking us out. Okay. Eight. All right. So B is 8. B equals 8. Okay. What else? What else do we know? Oh, D is 3. How much does Jenna's clam chowder cost? $3. Number of cairns in the tunnel is E. And C, number of isophase buoys surrounding Snake is 4. What are isophase? Let's make sure the internet doesn't help us out here.
What is that smell?
The fish, dude. You know this. Alright. Smuggling. Oh. Yeah, I understand what smuggling is, but thank you. Map of Deception Island. Sea caves. Okay. Oh no. Cave-ins. What's this? Oh. I don't think that helps us. Yep, that's what I'm working on. Alright. We can go count cairns. Maybe someone over there can tell me what this means by nuns and isophase. To the Hot Kettle Cafe! Hello?
Hi, Nancy. How's it going?
Jenna, is there something you're not telling me about that tunnel I found?
My family has always denied that Shanghaiing ever took place in Snake Horse Harbor. Why? Because it did take place. And my great-great-grandfather, the man who built this place, he was a big part of it. I'd always been told that the tunnel he and his cohorts used to kidnap people had been filled in. And Aunt Iris said nothing to me about that trap door you found. If word gets out about that tunnel, the truth about my great-great-grandfather will come out eventually, too. I just wanted to spare my parents' feelings.
It's been
Fair
fun talking
enough,
to
I
you.
suppose.
Yeah, hasn't it, though?
Double check. Yeah. Well, I hope it's 3 and not 5.5 or something.
You again?
See you around.
Yo ho ho.
We're going cairn counting. There's 1. Two. 3. 4. Oh. 5. 5. Whoop. All right. But this nun situation. Let's call some people. Party boys.
Party Res, Joe speaking.
Hi, Joe. Me again.
Hey, Nancy, we're both here.
Is the dog still there, too? Never mind.
Her owner is on his way to pick her up.
He better be. Goldie, be quiet.
Is she yellow?
Goldie is about as black as dog dogs get.
I'm sure her owner can explain when he comes to pick her up.
Which better be soon. The neighbors are starting to complain about the noise. Gold eat bad dogs!
It turns out that the tunnel is connected to the lighthouse. And when the door between them opens, so does this other door that leads from the lighthouse into the sea caves.
Of course. That's how the Shanghaiers would get their victims out to the boats in the harbor.
And how the burglars have been escaping with their loot.
I kind of feel like I've gotten way off track, though. I mean, what does any of this have to do with Katie?
Keep going, Nancy. You're getting close to something.
Yeah, you've got doors flying open all over the place. Just keep it up.
Please don't give me a hint on something that I already know.
You know that email Hilda sent me? I could use a hint when it comes to what some of the things are that I'm supposed to look for.
She did use some odd terms.
If I were you, I'd hit the net and start searching.
Talk to you later.
Bye, Nancy.
See you around the compass.
But I did hit the net.
Looks like somebody's running for harbor master.
Back to the net. Just awkwardly avoid talking to Katie. Okay. Smuggling cigarettes and liquor. Royal Flush created an establishment that would appeal to all social classes. The stained glass looked like candy. Oh, lumberjacks and farmers were being Shanghai. All right. Didn't tell us much. We'll read about the sea caves again. Sea caves result when, over the course of time, ocean waves erode coastal sea cliffs, exploiting weaknesses in the sandstone or basalt and gradually forming arches, vaulted chambers, and occasionally a honeycomb of caverns. Waves can pound a vertical surface with blows averaging several hundred pounds per square inch, and wave-driven sand and rocks add to the erosion process. Guido's Guide to Nautical Natterings. All right. Recipes. Here we go. A pattern utilized by some lighted buoys where the light is on and off for equal intervals. A pattern utilized by some lighted buoys where the light is on and off for equal intervals, i.e. on 2 seconds, off 2 seconds. Okay, that was helpful. And a nun is a red even-numbered buoy that marks the left side of a channel leaving a harbor. All right. Back to the boat. Kayak, I guess. So that's one, right? Is this an isophase and also a nun? Because it's even number, but also it's blinking. Okay. So 2 nuns and 2 blinkies. Oh dear.
This is the Drew residence. Please leave a message at the beep.
Hi, Hannah. It's Nancy. Listen, I got a little careless and ignored some warning buoys and smashed into some rocks while I was kayaking. I'm okay, but Katie's kayak is ruined, and I promised her I'd replace it. So could you do me a big favor and fix Dad his favorite dinner so he's in a good mood? Then have him call me on my cell? Thanks, Hannah. As usual, I owe you one.
Okay. Is it 2 for each of them? How do I know if I'm right? But it really only lets us look at this one. Two. Do those count? It's so hard to navigate around here. Okay, since we can't acknowledge those other ones, I'm gonna assume that there's only one isophase. I want like 4 nuns? Whatever. Alright. Maybe if we just enter it, it'll tell me if I'm right or not. Okay. So... Okay. Looking at my notes, I think it's... north? That's latitude, right? Okay. Okay. North. 48. 42. 4, 5, 8. Doesn't like that. Wait. 4, 8, 5. Yeah, okay. Whoops. I was getting turned around. Okay. And then we have west. 1, 2, 3. 0, 8. 7, 3, 5. Was that a good sound? Oh my god. Thank god. Okay. I'll try to get over there. Oh. Oh.
I don't know when it opens yet. Hello?
Hello, Nancy. I commend your ability to take direction and to follow through. You're definitely a cut above. And for that, you've just been rewarded.
You're watching me? Right now?
I told you I would be. I always keep my word, Nancy. I think it's the least human beings can do for each other. Now, here's your next mission. Listen carefully. I hope you like poems. Below ground is a rock with a strange anvil look. When you're near it, behold what's above. Letters found at the beach will put a new spot in reach. Letters only a sailor could love. Oh, my apologies, dear. I'm many things, but I'm afraid I'm not much of a poet.
Not that I'm complaining, but wouldn't it be easier if you just gave me whatever it is you want me to have?
For real.
Were I to simply give it to you, you might just turn around and toss it away. But if I make you earn it, you'll feel like it's yours, and use it properly. Now, where was I? The device you just found. It'll come in handy when you get where you're going after you've gone where my poem takes you. Goodbye, Nancy.
Oh no, please don't hang up. I've got so many questions.
Dang. Okay. The only beach is this beach? Let's just start clicking around. Catch the fish with it.
A starfish. Awesome. Anemones are so beautiful.
Okay. Maybe not this beach. To the lighthouse. Oh, damn it. That's what I get for rushing off. Let's actually peek around the tunnels somewhere. We can get to the lighthouse that way if we gotta. Don't mind me. Doop, doop, doop.
Camping gear is the last thing I need right now.
You don't want to peek. Are any of these anvil shaped? I didn't even think about that. I'm gonna look at them just in case. Almost. Got anything good here?
I've got enough 10-penny nails, thank you very much.
You anvil shaped? Are you anvil shaped? No. Are you anvil shaped? What the hell? Oh.
There's an opening up there.
How have I missed this before?
It goes to another tunnel.
Oh god.
More coordinates. I should have known.
Should have known.
That looks like the device I found in the buoy. That looks like the device I found in the buoy.
Okay. I guess we'll enter in these coordinates.
No signal.
Dang it. Good thing I took a picture. That was a maze. The heck? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, thank goodness. Woo-wee! I'm a little bit afraid that my bike would still be at the hot kettle. So I guess I'll go back for it. Okay, so we went north, 48, 42, 522. And then we went west, 1, 2, 3, 08, 799. All right. back to Katie's kayak. Even though we're beefing. Okay. So, forward. Yep. Forward. Forward. But it's dangerous. Wait. This way? Here we go. This is the place. Binoculars. That's a cool box.
Hilda?
Uh-oh, I'm getting predictable. This really will be our last conversation.
Oh, I hope not. I'd really like to meet you.
I'm afraid that's not going to happen. So, here you are in the home stretch.
You mean I'm never going to get any kind of explanation? Oh, that's not fair.
Okay, look. When I made my exit from Snake Horse Harbor, I left everything behind. You know, to kind of prove that I'd lost all my marbles. Problem is, I left behind something that I realize now I should have taken with me. My notebook on Benjamin Hawkins. Someone has obviously found it and has misused it. See, my husband and I explored every inch of land in, around, and under Snake Horse Harbor. What we discovered, and we discovered everything, we wrote down in that notebook.
So this fishy thing that's going on, you feel like it's your fault.
Precisely. So, use what I just gave you and take a look at the boat and the bottle that Andy has. A really good look. When the time comes, you'll know what to do with what you...
One more thing. Why do you want everyone to think you're crazy when you're obviously not?
Oh, Nancy. After my husband died, I just got bored. I love the San Juans, but the people of Snake Horse Harbor, I got tired of them. So I moved across the channel, and to make sure people left me alone.
You pretended to be nuts.
But then I got to thinking that it might be a good idea to make contact with someone trustworthy, just in case. Hence the messages in the bottle. Now, get going before it's too late. And what I just told you, keep it to yourself, okay?
Sure. So you won't be calling me anymore?
No. This, as they say in the business, is a wrap.
Well, I've enjoyed knowing you.
And I thank you, Nancy.
Goodbye, Hilda.
That sounds like something that I would do. I would love to pretend to be crazy and disappear. I don't really have to pretend, so it should be easy. To what's his face's little boat.
There's some kind of symbols on those sails.
I think I recognize those symbols. Hiya.
Hi, Nancy.
Someone broke into the hot kettle today.
No kidding. Wow, that's the third one this week.
Jenna said the sheriff is baffled.
So what else is new?
Thanks for your time.
Whales rule!
Yeah. Whales do rule. She's getting her exercise in on this little harbor. pull this for the gazillionth time. Run around the corner. Try not to be driven to madness by the bing bang. What? Never mind. Okay, so we want this. And then what? This? And then but there's no star. What the hell? Hmm. There we go. Okay.
I wonder where that goes to.
Oh my god. Now we have to go get the kayak. Fine. Let me out. Bing, 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 bing. Back to Katie's kayak. What the hell?
Wow, this must be where Benjamin Hawkins used to hide out.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
Orca friend.
Someone's trained her. She's not wild at all.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Maybe she wants to play catch.
Yeah. Yay.
That piece of driftwood I found must have come from a container just like this one.
Hmm. What the hell? What is going on here? Camera strap? Wow. Reminds me of sharks with frickin' lasers on their head.
Firestone. Those must belong to Katie.
Surprise, surprise.
What a smart whale.
It is a smart whale. Well, do I go confront Katie then? I don't know, I just have a feeling that I'm missing something. Guess not.
Hello?
Hi, Nance. We're bored silly here, so we thought we'd give you a call. What's going on?
Great timing, you guys. You will not believe what I just discovered.
What? Tell us.
For one thing, that orca that's been causing all the trouble around here, it's not wild at all. It's been trained.
How do you know?
Because I played fetch with it. I'd toss something into the water, and it would use its head to kind of bonk it back to me.
Maybe it just picked that up on its own.
No, see, I found this hidden sea cave, and in it was this harness-type thing like the military uses on the orcas that it trains.
So what do you think it's been trained for?
In the cave, there were also some cargo containers. They were from the Whitechapel Dawn.
You think somebody trained the orca to retrieve containers from that shipwreck?
Casey the librarian did say the ship could have been smuggling something, and people don't usually bother smuggling something unless it's valuable.
Who trained it? That's what I want to know.
Well, in that hidden sea cave, I came across something else.
What?
A pair of work gloves. They had Katie's name on them.
Oh my gosh. Katie's behind all this?
Not necessarily. Those gloves may have been stolen from her.
Have you asked her about them?
Not yet. I'm on my way to do that right now.
Well, get going and let us know what she says as soon as she says it.
I will.
Katie, you've got some splaining to do.
Katie's gone.
Oh my goodness. She took all my stuff with her. Where could she be?
Hang on, I'll be right with you.
You again?
I need a favor. I need you to take me out on your boat.
Right now? What for?
Well, it's a long story, but Katie Firestone may or may not be involved in something illegal.
I'm not taking my boat out now. It's almost dark. Just call the Coast Guard.
I can't. Not until I know for sure what's going on. I can explain on the way.
Look, I'm not going anywhere. And if you know what's good for you, neither are you. Just forget it.
Well, you're not the only one with a boat, are you? Maybe whales really do rule.
Hi, Nancy.
I was hoping you could help me.
I was just about to close up shop, but what do you need?
It turns out that Katie's been feeding the orca.
You're kidding me.
I'd really like to talk to her about that and some other stuff, but she and her boat are gone. Although I have an idea where she went.
And you'd like me to give you a ride?
Just partway. I'd like to try to sneak up on her.
Sneak up on her?
Well, on whoever's out there. I'd be in my kayak. I've got all the equipment I need to be safe.
Kayak? Are you nuts? It'll be dark in 10 minutes. And what about the fog?
I've got all the equipment I need to be safe.
Oh, man. You've got me so curious there's no way I can say no. You just got yourself a boat ride.
Be careful. I'll be waiting right here.
This feels like a good time to save, don't it? Oh, Nancy's doing her own thing.
The launch just brought in the last of the stuff that was stored in the sea cave.
Katie, you took off with my kick-ass horse shirt.
Who sees me? I'm done.
Oh no. Shit.
Hold it right there, Missy.
What are you eating?
Beef jerky. Liberated it from that camping supply place. Want some?
Still can't believe you robbed those places. The boss was fit to be tied, especially after you hit that cafe.
Having that tunnel with all those trap doors and nobody suspecting a thing? It was like being a kid with a key to the candy store. I couldn't help myself.
I wonder what's in those. Those are little animal furs.
Shh. Here's something.
Oh shit. Damn it.
Oopsie. Looks like we got ourselves a stowaway.
Hey, no snoozing. Boss says this Nancy Drew person is a real troublemaker.
Like she's gonna show up out here.
I'm just telling you what the boss told me. Keep your eyes open.
Where'd you put the notebook?
The boss has it.
Nice of you over a nut job. Leave it behind like that, huh?
Couldn't have pulled this off without it. That's
Okay. We're in.
That must be the orca I saw before.
I want to click on so many things. There's Katie. Hey.
Oh my gosh.
Nancy, I was afraid no one would ever find me.
What happened? How did you get here?
I fixed my boat and went right out to check on the whale, only the fog was rolling in and it was getting dark. Then I finally saw her, only she was being fed by some men in an outboard. They were putting some sort of harness on her. When they saw me, they rammed my boat, then grabbed me, tied me up, and brought me here. I don't know what's going on.
I think I do. They're using the whale to bring up smuggled cargo from a shipwreck.
Shh. Listen. Someone's coming. Hide! Hide!
I did it.
Well, Katie, you'll be happy to know that your friend Nancy will be joining us any minute.
Dang.
Hey, how'd you get that gag off? Well, it appears she's already here. All right, where are you? Nancy!
But I thought whales rule.
I gotta go get help.
Somebody stop her!
Damn.
No, I'm trapped.
Well, what do we have here?
I knew it was you all along. And I told Holt and Jenna, if anything happens to me, they'll know you did it.
Nice try, but I can smell a bluff a mile away. You're about to become the victim of an unfortunate kayaking accident, or maybe I'll tell my customers that the snake horse got you. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Get him.
Say goodnight, Nancy.
Damn it.
No, I'm trapped.
Well, what do we have here?
I knew it was you all along. And I told Holt and Jenna, if anything happens to me, they'll know you did it.
Nice try, but I can smell a bluff a mile away. You're about to become the victim of an unfortunate kayaking accident, or maybe I'll tell my customers that the snake horse got you. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
The orca has better aim than I do.
What did you do that for? Say goodnight, Nancy. Nuts.
Way to go, buddy.
Nuts.
Dear Ned, I've got to hand it to Andy Jason. The plan he cooked up to recover smuggled animal furs was a darn good one. First, he got himself an orca that the Russians had trained for covert military operations. Then he made it look like the whale was an orphan, so he could hide her in plain sight while she did his dirty work at night. Then he and his henchmen disabled Katie's boat to keep her out of their way. They needed work gloves, so they stole hers. In fact, Andy's henchmen couldn't resist using the tunnel they'd found out about in Hilda's notebook to steal practically everything they could get their hands on. But now Andy and his buddies are in jail. Jenna is serving more clam chowder than ever. Katie is planning to vote for Holt after all. The orca is getting along great with a local pod and is rapidly losing interest in humans. And I'm back on the ferry headed home. See you soon, Nancy. P.S. Just before I left, I saw something appear, then quickly disappear in the channel by Katie's boat. She said it was just a log, but I'm pretty sure it was you-know-who saying goodbye.
Ooh, I get awards. Oh.
Hey, fellow detective, ever been to a ranch? I haven't, but I've been invited to one. It's in Arizona, and it's called Shadow Ranch, and I can't wait to go. You're invited too, but I should probably warn you, it could be a little dangerous.
This was one of my all-time favorite ones. Well, awesome. I finally finished this one. I was a kid the first time I played it, and I don't think that I personally finished it. I think that was my mom's doing. So thanks for joining me. This was a lot of fun. Bye.